What's up, YouTubes? Mr. Limacy here. Did I say YouTubes? What's up, YouTube? Mr. Limacy here, and today we're going to be continuing our Necro guided playthrough. This will be through Nightmare now, so this is the Summoner class of the Necromancer. Normal went pretty well, honestly. Wasn't the fastest guided playthrough or run we've ever seen, but it was quite strong, and I don't think we died. I think it was just nice and easy, right? Just going through, pretty survivable. Definitely a solid hardcore class if that's something you're looking for, as you just get all your summons up and then they don't really bother you. Nothing really bugs you too much. So let's dive in. Let's take a look at the class, and then we'll continue from there. So just a little bit of points in strength for a little bit of gear. Otherwise, everything to vitality. For skills, we've just maxed raised skeleton. We're starting to put in a skeleton mastery. And then just kind of 1 point around here. At level 30, we'll get a revive point. And then I've got some amp damage. If you want to have a point in Iron Maiden, you could have done that through normal. In Nightmare, it's not really that good anymore. If you want to have a point in Decrepify as well to, be less physical damage add, but slow monsters down a little bit, that's also viable. If you already want to have some points in Corpse Explosion, that as well is okay. And then you can kind of, decide a little bit more of which golem you want to use and stuff. Again, there's really a variety of options here, so never feel like you are stuck completely with one or the other. You can always kind of pick and choose, right? So we'll start off on players 1 to build our army up, and then we will go from there. We'll be pumping Skeleton Mastery and Nightmare, and probably getting a little bit of Skeleton Mastery and getting a little bit of Corpse Explosion. The first Fallen. I guess I should go get my Mercenary, actually. That'll help get our first Fallen out. I do have an Act 3 Mercenary right now for the enchant. Once we get to Act 4, we will snag a Act 2. Or Act 2, we'll snag a Might Mercenary from there. Because all that added damage is always really nice. There we go. A little bit better. It's always the difficulty is building up those first few skellies. Because the skeletons really are just a lot more of the damage in your army. They're going to be your main damage output. So it's kind of the necessary pieces. And now we can shift over to players 8 and give a feel for how that is going to be as well. And we'll slowly let our Act 3 Mercs start enchanting all of our guys as well. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you all. This is starting to get back into our more normal streaming hours that we'll be having. As we've kind of shifted over. Why don't I put my map in the corner, always turned on? Because if it's always turned on, then you have to go see the hospital. No, I just don't like it up there. Oh, what is going on now with that? Dude, Stream Elements has been all sorts of way. Oh. Yeah, I know what's up with that. I'm a map on top kind of guy. That's it. There we go. You're either a person who likes it on top or in the corner. And a lot of games do the in the corner, but I don't know. I grew up with it on top of me. So, do I work a real job? I mean, I consider this a real job. This is my job, yes. But I do work pretty hard at it, I will say. That stinks still. How does enchant help here? Let's go down to players 1 for the den. Enchant. So the mercenary will enchant each of the guys, and if you take a little look, you can see everybody gets 14 to 20 additional fire damage, which I have 10 summons.
I sense death.
So that's 140 to 200 additional fire damage. Also, they gain some attack rating, right? They each gain 56% attack rating. So it's a nice little boost. Yep, he will enchant summons. Yeah, why not? We'll grab one mage there. You know, I wonder. I'm level 29, so I think it's too late. Well, maybe. I was gonna say, if I went and got a 3 or a 2-socketed bone wand with +3 to raise skeletal warrior, raise skeleton. Then if I made a white, it would get 3 to raise skeleton, 4 to skeleton mastery. I wouldn't get the benefits on my revives or my golems or my summon resist. I would get a lot. I'd get +3 to PMB skills, which would be more corpse explosion by 1. I think spirit's still better because all the mana, life, and everything's a little bit better. Hi, Ghost Cometh. I'm good. How are you? The old Iodole. Yeah, because it gives like Bone Spear and all that, but it also does give 4 to Skeleton Mastery, which is nice. I mean, it's 2 additional points there, but like I say, losing like 2 points in summon resist and stuff, I think it's too much. I really want the plus all skills. Plus, also the curses, getting 2 points into amp damage, increasing that radius is really nice. I doubt I have 40,000 hours, but you know, 35, 36,000 hours, probably around there. We play a lot of D2. Game's been out for 25 years. I think it's very easy to say I've played for, you know, 1,500 hours a year. Something like that.
Is that enough to earn the rogue's trust?
Two Bloods Skelly Mages are so bad. Yeah, they're just awful.
I'll put that to good use.
Sure, we'll give that to you. Wow, we are a hair away from getting our revives there. Well, we'll put another point in Skeleton Mastery. We got level 58 Necro starting Hell. What kind of Necro? Looking for a better wand. Andy on Nightmare. Andy on Nightmare is probably a little low. You probably at least want to be farming with this so there. But like I say, white Wand or Spirit Sword are both really good. Oh, did I not ping? Oh, oopsies. Part Nightmare and Hell of the Summon Necro. Oopsie daisies. Alright. Why am I not in a onesie? I thought it was onesie day. Was it? You like the blood element? Alright, we've got our first revive. Like I say, revives are fantastic. One, because obviously you can get like an Erdar and stuff like that, but really they're just like massive tanks. They are the tankiest of boys. Go ahead and move ahead here. Insight Iron Golem? Yeah, I'm probably not going to snag that. Alright, we'll get a real big tanky boy there. What was the thing regarding an update to D2 that Blizzard talked about? Nothing. We don't know anything yet. We're all waiting. There's a variety of... Everybody's just speculating. We're all speculating, trying to figure out what the heck it was, and if there is anything or not. Ooh, nice. I always do enjoy having like a waypoint next to Rakinishu. Just in the event that I want to come back and farm him a couple times. Just makes it nice and easy. How has no one leaked what happened in Australia? Bro, I wish I knew. Straight up. That's what I'm saying. How has nobody leaked this out? Absolutely ridiculous. I've even offered my private DMs for somebody to send me the leak. No name associated. I got nothing. You're not seeing me use Corpse Explosion? I haven't gone into Corpse Explosion yet. I will go into it at some point too. Probably in a few more levels. I'm gonna get like 3 points in Revive maybe, and then I'll probably work my way down into it. Basically, it costs like 15 mana to use, which is pretty expensive. So, and a level 1 of it is like, meh.
Not enough mana.
So the idea is I'm kind of waiting until I have enough mana to really like use it, spam it, and also to get a good enough radius on it. Which Spirit Sword kind of is a pretty good spot for that, I would say. Dang, these hungry dead are eating us up. Let me go grab a couple more skellies from back here. Those are some tanky boys. Ow! I didn't realize I was getting hit from behind. Tanky boys. Churro, stay alive, buddy. Yeah, I'm on player's 8, so like it is a bit much, I'd say, for us right now. I should probably drop down a little bit. But we are getting nice experience, you know. Another revive point right there. So that part's good. But it's probably time to let's just go through on P1. Won't be as good of experience. Does experience really matter? Yeah, it does a lot.
Impossible.
To life. Love it. Scepter for mercenary. Don't believe a mercenary can use a scepter. Yeah, this will be a lot easier. So, players 1 obviously is going to be less experience, but we're going to be able to clear through a lot more, a lot quicker, and we'll be able to still get plenty of EXP here. No thorns. So I'm playing without thorns. I did a thorns necro guided playthrough before, but not everybody always wants to play the thorns build. So I wanted to make more of your true summon necro build here.
Impossible.
There. Cleaners.
Impossible.
That's gross. Alright.
I can't.
This way. Give the shield to mercenary. Oh yeah. That's right. Gerald can actually use the shield. Sure, why not? I'm gonna go up to players 3. We're killing well enough on P1. P8 was just a little bit much. It does not exist, Gianta. Clowns are not real.
I can't.
And dim vision does not exist. Why is enchant greater than blessed aim? Well, enchant's adding damage as well. Blessed aim is still good because also the 2 mercenaries a little bit better damage-wise, so. So player 3 playthrough. Solid, like, spot to beat. Not too hard, but gives you a little extra difficulty on some stuff, but a little extra experience. So, maybe kind of missed the players one now. We shall see. Alright, let's continue forward. Skill Shrine. Grab a couple extra. And while we have the skill shrine, we'll grab that skeleton as well. Oh, I thought I gave him a weapon. It's not. The worst Chinese food I've ever tasted. When did I talk about that? More vitality. I will eventually need some more strength to use spirit, so I have a broadsword. If you are looking for a sword for your spirit, the recommendation is going to be broadsword or a long sword that you find anywhere Nightmare and Beyond. Crystal swords, you have to be really careful. If you go do normal cows, or any crystal sword from there, that's why it will get 4 sockets. But or F. Why not Phase Blade? Well, 1, a Phase Blade's not going to drop for a while. 2, a Phase Blade's 136 dexterity for a weapon that I'm not using for any of the melee damage. So why would I want the Phase Blade? All good, Josh. Alright. So, it is that time to find the tower. Also, level up. Yeah, I'll grab 1 more point in revive. I think that's all I'm going to put in revive, and then I'll kind of rely on some plus skills. Maybe later I'll beef it up more, but skeleton mastery is going to be more important to me right now, and starting to work towards explosion. Is Clay Golem still the go-to golem for summon Necro? Yeah, I mean I have the blood golem up because whatever, but I probably should swap back to the clay golem. Have him slow some of the stuff a little bit. Yeah, it's just a really nice slow. Fireman Venom Lord since I watched it. Yeah, Act 4 can be pretty nasty. Alright, there's our tower. And the waypoint is... I guess we'll get the champions here. So, again, it is good to kill a decent amount, especially if you are running on slightly lower player count. As
impossible.
It just...
Impossible.
Diablo 2, I mean, really, you know, a lot of RPG games and whatever in general. When you're able to pick up more experience and levels, especially in D2 here, your strength just grows a lot. And it'll just make it so much more fun rather than struggling through every single fight, every single spot. You'll be able to actually, you know, come in and kind of dominate and kill stuff pretty quickly. So it's quite nice. So that's why I do say try and, you know, spend a little time on a higher player count if you can and go kill. And just like pick up experience here and there as you're moving through. Oh, I'd love plus Necro skills or summoning. 10 Alres, 15 MF. I mean, that is also really good. 10 Alres, 15 Magic Find right now is very solid.
Impossible.
There we go. Is it worth slogging through a higher player number or going fast on player number 1? So, the reason I swapped off of players 8 was because when I fought that one zombie pack, like all my summons died, basically, right? So you need to
summon Necro, my 12-year-old self's absolute favorite character.
Oh yeah, for sure. Thank you, Boba. You need to be making sure that you're able to fight a boss group without losing all your summons. If you're losing your summons fighting bosses, then like it's not right. You know, it's too hard. You're gonna have to lower it down. Once you're able to fight stuff without losing all your guys, that's kind of the right speed. And then going through a little bit slower is just kind of naturally going to be the thing for this character. He's just a little bit of a slower character. So that's pretty normal, right? But you just want to make sure that your army's staying alive, and then that you can then gain experience beyond that. Do I show what a full geared Necro looks like at the end? I don't. That's an interesting idea, though. Though I don't think I have, like, a pride.
Impossible.
A beast. That's where I have all the pieces made. A lot of Necro pieces like that are really just like being used.
Impossible.
Oh, you know, on the Necro, not a ton else. Champion archers, kind of whatever. Okay, we've got some goats here. Lightning enchanted. Like on players 8, all my summons would be just absolutely destroyed right now. If you do want to see like what a full summon Necro looks like, exclamation mark guides. All the guides on Icy Veins are mine. And you should be able to see right there. Thanks, George. Zero to endgame gear. I mean, 0 to endgame gear playthrough is possibly a little much because taking the time to farm a beast and all of that would be a bit of a thing. But I mean, I just try and use the best I can find, yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and pump more into Skeleton Mastery. Again, I'm kind of at that point where Skeleton Mastery is going to be my main focus, as that's going to do a lot to benefit all your summons. How do you deal with physical immunes in hell? You teleport past them. Zero to Uber summon Necro. Yeah, that's possible. It's actually like not too bad for Ubers because you just revive, get your revives pumped up, and then revive a bunch of Erdars. You can actually take out Ubers pretty well. If I were to choose which build do I use that kind of playthrough, I mean probably Sorceress, right? Like she's the fastest to get farming. Why not level 2 Mercy's Insight? Well, I don't have Insight runes yet, and I don't have Act 2 yet in Nightmare to get my Laura, so. That's pretty much it. Tau rune. Oops, I forgot to drop down to players 1. Always make sure you go down to players 1. And we'll grab our towel, but that'll be that. And there's a shark skin belt. 10 hit recovery. We'll keep it. Okay.
Good day.
20 IS. It's nice. Can give that to the Act 2 mercenary until I get insight. And we're looking for Ral tier Tal Soul. Ort Soul. Ral tier Tal Soul. Ort Soul. And Tal Thol Ort Am. So insight, spirit, and lore are going to be our main guys we're going after. Now remember, we'll drop down to players 1. We have our mercenary. We'll go to the Cold Plains. And this will be where we can get those initial. Let's go ahead and go for the strength. Just need a little bit of a base. 5 skeletons should be enough of a base.
Impossible.
7, 8, 9. Revive, revive, revive. 3-socket breastplate's also interesting because there's a lot of different rune words that we could make within that. Bone, treachery, whatever. I do have Rakinishu waypoint as well. I'll go up to players 3 again. Any boss in there? Because I do want to level up again, ever so slightly in here.
Impossible.
So I'd like bone, but I can also make a treachery for my mercenary. I'm wearing stealth, yes.
I can't.
Champion archers, again, pretty meh. But do like any of the unique bosses. I do like fighting. And the thing is, as we kind of push through here a little bit more, I can start to raise to like players 5, right? Like I feel like I'm at the point where I can try players 5 now. Feels like our damage on P3 has been good enough that we can go up a little bit and try another level. Also remember you have your telestaff, which is a great way to get all of your summons to come to you. So we're starting to lose skellies, maybe slightly beyond our replenishment rate. Which isn't great. So players 3 is still ultimately what we need to be on. Yep. We'll come back here. We'll grab some more skellies. So that's what I'm saying. You really should just check and feel that out, right? Go down a level and feel it out. How is it doing? And players 5 was just ever so slightly too hard. Hey, thank you very much.
Volodymir's Emiliani became
Vladimir. Welcome to Llamas of the Round. Another point there. Now that also was a tough group, right? So like, it was 2 boss groups with curse. Three socket Fushina. You know, so 2 groups with curse and lightning enchanted. So that's about close to as hard as you're going to get for the double groups right there and stuff. But still good to note that we just weren't quite able to fight them, really. Fight over here. Instead, that's a lot of archers, which I don't love. No, Duriel. Too many archers and curse and extra strong and extra strong. Thanks, Oz. Again, it's kind of too much. It's rough. And we're on P3 here, but oof. We've had some rough spawns. 25 light res, not bad. We've had some rough spawns. Let's go to players 1, Stony Field. I don't have my mercenary, but we do have at least this one skelly who hopefully can do alright enough. Yep. always sluggish with Summon Necro. A lot of people just love the Necro. When I say a lot, I mean a lot. This is the most popular character guide that I have. Is the Summon Necromancer. Ow. Like, I think the appeal is it's really fun to just have a big ol' arm, you know? Yo! Ozmeister! With the Prime sub and the 10 gifted subs. Wow. Mwah. Big kisses to you. Can you heal the skeletons? No. You cannot do anything for healing them besides just resurrecting them again. Make sure to change to players 1 before you kill the Countess. Had to make up for my lack of subbing the last few months. Thank you very much. You didn't have to do anything. Good champions. It's Soul. Alright, we like that. It's actually a really nice starter. It gives us a couple things. Number 1, that gives us the Soul if we wanted to go for Insight. But I think Insight is the second thing we'll be grabbing. Man. All these archers just chipping away are so brutal. Kind of stand in the back and just do so much damage. And then we keep having these like champions come in and stuff. Yeah, archers are mean. Alright, that's fine. That's enough. Brutal. I'm like almost gonna just go on players 1 for a little bit. Yes, you can heal skeletons through life tap. That is true. So we have Ort Soul right here. Ort Soul. That makes lore. Which has 30 light res, 10 energy, mana per kill, damage reduction. All those are nice. But the big thing that I really love is +1 to all skills, right? Like, 1 to all skills is massive for our character there. So, that is our main focus. Mino mages. Mages are bad. That's plain and simple. Prayer aura would heal them, but I mean, I'd have to go get prayer from a mercenary, I guess, but there's better auras anyways. Alright, we'll just go to the Rakinishu.
I need mana.
Ooh, unique ring. Hello. Ooh, that actually gets us to 10 skellies. Nice. Thank you, lore.
I need mana.
And now we get an extra revive as well. Now all of, like, 21 MF. Nice. Now, something to, again, I talked about it in the last playthrough, but I'll talk about it here in normal. +1 skills is so good on this character. Any plus skills, because it is another point in Skelly Mastery, another point in Raised Skeleton, another point in whatever golem I'm using, another point in Golem Mastery, another point in Summon Resist, increasing all their resistances, an additional revive. It is another point in amplified damage to increase the radius and duration. It's another point in corpse explosion when I go there. Like, there's so many different masteries and pieces that it's benefiting. As opposed to, you know, like a Blizzard Sorceress. You're getting plus one additional point in Blizzard and Cold Mastery. And yeah, you get like 1 extra point in Warmth, which is a tiny bit. And yeah, you can get 1 extra point in Teleport, which is 1 less mana cost. Like, there are small benefits to it. But getting an extra point in Summon Resist to increase all my summon space resistances in Skeleton Mastery, in the Skeleton, in the Golem, in the Revive, like... Yeah, so like each plus skill, again, on a Blizz or something is still nice to have additional static range and stuff, but it's not as valuable as the plus skill here in terms of the width, the breadth of stuff gained. Blizz Source, it's just more damage, which is great. Necro Shields cannot roll 4 sockets, nor 3 sockets. You can get 2 sockets on a Necro Shield. So the only shield you could make in a Necro Shield, if you had a white shield and you took it to Larzik and socketed it, would be a Rhyme Shield, which would get you Shale and Eth, which is 25 all res, cannot be frozen, 25% magic find. You could also make Splendor, which gives you, you know, not quite as much and requires a Lum Rune. But it does have +1 to all skills, which is nice. 10 FCR, some block rate, 10 energy, 20 magic find. You don't get any resistances whatsoever, so it's a little bit more dangerous in that regard. But +1 to all skills. Yeah, that is tempting. That is tempting.
Not enough mana.
The hard part is, though, it requires a Lum Rune. And Lum Rune does not drop here, so that's one of those if you get it sort of things, right? Or if you want to go farm like Hell Countess or something, you can kind of guarantee it a little more. But
Impossible.
if I don't do that, then I'm just kind of running through until I get it. And then I also would have to decide not to grab Smoke. Spirit is cheaper, easier, and way better, though. Yeah, but for shields, Spirit can... The earliest shield it can go in, besides Pally Shields, is Monarch, which is 156 strength and drops in Hell. So it's much easier to get a, you know, like a Splendor there and a Lum than to get a Monarch and socket it and also get 156 strength.
I can't carry anymore.
Spirit can be made on single player, yes. Make sure you're on players 1 for the kill of the Countess. And again, we're looking for Talthol, Ort Am, Ort Soul, Raltier, Tal Soul. So beautiful. We got ourselves an Am rune. Love to see that.
Good day.
So I want to be careful here not to like accidentally socket some things. Tal, Thol, Ort, Am. We just need the Thol rune or 3 more Orts. And we'll be able to make a spirit, which again will be very, very nice. Okay, beyond players 1. Go to the stony field. Playing your first SSF hardcore Fishymancer, definitely don't want to invest in strength for Monarch Spirit. Yeah, that's, if you're a hardcore especially, that is a lot of strength investment. That's pretty rough.
I can't. I need mana.
Okay. Let's try players 5 now. We'll see how it goes. That's all good enough. More, we need 1, 2, 3, 48 strength for a broadsword. The rest vitality.
I can't. Impossible.
And some champions. We're on, yes, we're on players 5 now. So, gonna give this a feel. I love Champion Fallen. Good experience from them. Longsword, hey! Alright, that saves us the socket quest. We do need a little bit more strength and dex, but we now have a 4 socket. So now we can go use our socket quest on a white bill. Or something of that nature. I know there was a charm that dropped there. That's really nice. Try and get our insight with it instead. Or we could socket this for 2 sockets. And make a rhyme. I'm going to go ahead and put a point in teeth. And start going towards the strength and dex for the longsword. Because once Corpse Explosion becomes available to us here soon. And we have +1 skills and we almost have our spirit. Instantly it'd be level 4, and that's pretty solid. Pretty well. Mr. Zabub, thank you very much.
Do monster stats have bearing on the raised skelly?
No. A skelly is a skelly is a skelly.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Can you go Bone Spear instead of Corpse Explosion? So, it's not a great idea because if you look at Bone Spear, you can see it has 4 synergies, right? And generally, skills that are jam-packed full of synergies, a lot of the damage will end up being from the synergies. I mean, look, with Bone Spear, 8% magic damage per level times 20 is going to be 160 times 4 is going to be 640. So 640% increase of magic damage will come from the synergies, which means you're missing all of that by going into Bone Spear there, and the summons and the damage is just gonna feel really underwhelming. For some Necro, does level 1 Fanat from House of really affect damage output at all? Yeah, I mean it is an increase in damage. I'd probably rather be on my mercenary, but it does have a smaller radius, which is kind of the big issue. We did find a 4-socket longsword. Now, I have this broadsword that I could have socket quested, because it did drop in Act 5 there. And any broadsword in Act 5 or longsword will get 4 sockets. Almost any. There's a couple of rare exceptions, like if it drops off the skeleton of Wave 2 or whatever. But slightly more requirements, but I'll take my guaranteed 4-socket because, again, now that means if I find a bill is a polearm that gets 4 open sockets guaranteed. I'll go to players 1. And so that is more desired. True, my mercenary can hold the sword for now for inventory space. Good call. I also could get a point in Fire Golem if I want, but Fire Golem is kind of like whatever. Another Ort rune, which is a third of the Thol rune, so I'm happy with that. But we will go ahead and put a point into Corpse Explosion at this point. And like I say, it can be pretty expensive. I only have 117 mana, so I'll be chugging through that pretty quickly. But once I get a few extra skill points and it gets a bigger radius, that'll be really nice.
I need mana.
And once we get insight later, then we'll really be cooking. Okay. Let's go back to players 5. That was doing pretty well. Pretty soon we could even give a check on trying like P8 and seeing how it goes. Another Ort rune. Let's go. That may actually be enough for Spirit for us. I do need to get my dexterity and strength. We have enough strength. We just need one more level. And we'll have the requirements available to use our longsword. Oh, I'm gonna go big boss over here.
I need mana.
Demon hide booties. Don't mind if I boot a loot a do. They're not that good, but 9 lightning res is better than literal white boots. So got some archer minions. Okay, let's continue forward. Is the Might Aura less effective than the enchantments? No. I'm just not in Act 2 Nightmare yet, so I can't get the Might Aura yet. That's it. I'm just waiting to get to Act 2, and then I will swap over and grab it. Now, the enchant is still nice, you know, don't get me wrong. Two-socket demon head, but nothing on it. Waiting on Soul now. We're waiting on Thol. Though with that extra Ort we just found there, we potentially have it. And we're also waiting on the second soul to make our insight. However, that is something we can come back because we also don't have a base for insight yet.
Possible.
So go down to players 1. And I have corpse explosion now, so I can go ahead and start using that if I would like. Nef. Not quite. We'll go more skeleton mastery. But let's check if we can make our spirit.
Good day.
So we have... How'd I get 3 more decks? Wait, oh, there's 3 decks there. That's fine, because that's not good enough. So I'll go ahead and boost that there. So we have Tal, Thol. We just need the Thol. Do we have 3 Rals? We have Ral, another Ral, Tal, but I need that Tal. Ith. Okay, we can make it. We're going to have to cube a little bit, get a little funny with it. So we'll go Tal. Wait, I thought I had a 3rd Tal rune. I do, okay. Ral. We're going to destroy our insight for this. Ort. A lot of cubing, but we got there. Tal, Thol, Ort, Am. Worth it. Tal, Thol, Ort, Am. 28 FCR, whatever. 100 to mana. 5 magic absorb. Pretty mid-roll. But I'm happy. 100 extra mana, great for the corpse explosion. Obviously, the FCR hit recovery is all really nice. The vitality is nice. Magic absorb is nice. 2 to all skills. 2 to all skills. Absolutely huge. And now we need Ral, Tal, and Soul because we kind of destroyed everything. Though I do have, let's see, Nef makes Ith, or makes Eth, makes Ith. We're close to a Tal rune with all of that. 9 decks, 20 FCR, 2 summon resist, and 1 decrepify. Very nice. 6 lightning res, we will keep that. Skull, I will keep these guys. We'll go ahead and cube up some jubes as well. Just save some space and get some full jubes for later on. Put away the money.
What can I do for you?
And baby, we are cooking. See if we can find a nice belt. I mean, I do like 66 life, but I don't want that. My gloves as well can be improved. Sure, I mean 19 cold res is a little better. This is actually one of those cases where you can definitely just do really like, quick farming here because I agree. I want some faster unlock boots. These boots are pretty whatever.
Good day.
So you can find better boots and better gloves pretty easily here. 31 light res there, 22 magic find. You know what? I'm actually going to run the magic find over the cold res. Because, like, we're not getting hit that much, right? Like, our character's whole idea is just kind of staying alive by themselves, chilling. All our summons protect us. Man, all these boots, no faster run walk. That's fine. We'll get some soon enough. I'll shop in Act 2. It's a little bit faster of a shop. If you want to see Spine 2, we created Commander Raids box where we address some of the cards I had about the challenge level. Ooh. Sounds fun. Good old Razor Teen. Nice slows target on it. And now that we have Spirit, I'm going to go up to players 8.
Impossible.
Oh, we can also go 6 revives now because we got the additional +2. All our summons get 44 all res instead of 34. This is part nightmare of the Hell playthrough, yes. And we can start using the corpse explosion as well.
I can't.
Biggest issue is this: the 2 extra revives and 1 skelly will die every time I weapon swap, sadly. See if we can grab this extra soul. If not, it's not the biggest deal because, again, I don't even have the base yet for spirits. We can kind of move forward and then we can come back if we need to. 1 to blood. So that's always kind of you know, a good thought to have with it. And remember, is like, yeah, we can work our way back and farm that soul a little bit later on if we need. So I might do like 1 more run. Maybe this will be the last run. I know you've said your piece plenty of times, but it's a bit of a shame that Spirit is the easy default for so many builds. It is. I agree. If I had the opportunity, I would nerf Spirit. %. And it's not just cost. So many people think it's cost. Spirit and shield. I mean, spirit and weapon and shield are broken in too many ways. Good job, mercenary. Nice contributions over there. You're doing great, bud. Hell Countess drops up to Ist from her rune drop table, which is different from. Go down to players 1. +1 temp share to the slot. Exactly. Like, by far and away way too good. Alright, let's go ahead and we're 39. I mean, it's tough because gaining more levels on this character is a good idea. You know. I'll do another run. Like that's a hard determination because again, you know, it really is like if I can gain levels and be over leveled going in, then I can continue to roll through on a higher player count to just be in a better spot. And the summon Necro, you really don't want to be like under leveled. It's really not a great under leveled character. Whereas, like, you know, Trap Assassin, fine underleveled. A lot of casters are more fine underleveled. Physical characters, and in this case, the summon, kinda tough when they're underleveled like that. So, your main pattern here is going to be getting your summons up, making sure you have all your summons and revives and whatnot, and then amping everything and getting corpse explosions on death there, because corpse explosion is quite solid. Alright, gets us level 40. Also, at this point, I'm continuing to pump Skeleton Mastery. You can totally just be jamming everything into corpse explosion. This is kind of that point where you can really start to make the decision. Corpse explosion, the additional points are only increasing the radius, but the radius increase is massive, right? Like, okay, binary. Squeals is a bit much. Can I get 5, 6 of them so I get Phase Blade and Act 1 health? Yes.
I can't.
All our summons in. Get some trash mages just for the fun of having a bigger army. Leveling a Berserker. Did I do a Berserker guided playthrough? Possibly. Either way, yeah. I mean, it's a single target, you know, medium damage skill. Gonna be slow. Plus, you need to do your chance hit and everything. It's nice to hear you now that I subscribed. Okay, I mean, remember, everybody can hear me. You don't need a subscription for audio.
Impossible.
But subscribing to the channel is still extremely kind and helpful. And greatly appreciated. So, thank you for subscribing. Thank you, Wolfie. Go down to players 1. lot of our summons kind of got stuck on that other wall, so we'll just bring them all in here. I feel like pure summon is boring. I mean, you know, for some people they really love it. Wow! No way! Bill! Wow. That's pretty lucky. I doubt you will get
Good day.
both your 4 open socket, sword, and bill or whatever pole axe that you can get here. But check all the pole axes, pole arms that you drop. Look for 4 sockets on them. And then, you know, good luck with that. Yeah, we get to save our socket quest again. I mean, at this point, that allows me to socket quest this zombie head if I want, or a different zombie head.
Impossible.
That's crazy. But like I say, the if we go look, we can look really fast. I'll just show you guys. So we'll go to the Ariat Summit, and we can look at exceptional pole arms, and you just look at max sockets. And here you can see Bill is the only pole arm with a max socket of 4. Meaning, if you take it to Larzik, it will get 4 sockets whenever you drop a white Bill, which is why I like to find Bill. Now, a lot of times I'm not getting Bill until Act 3, LK. I run around on Player's 8 in the Lower Kurost, just popping all the poppables until a Bill drops, and then I take that back and socket quest it. But, of course, if you find, you know, a Partisan, Partisans are really nice, really good damage, and pretty solid overall. They are 5 socket max, but if you find 1 4 sockets, that's great. Additionally, you can always try and do the cube socket, which is going to be... Actually, let me... yeah, we'll just go here. Add sockets to normal weapon, Ral, Am, Perfect Amethyst, and the weapon, and it produces a normal weapon with 1 to 6 sockets. So you can always save up any Rals, extra Ams, whatever that you get, and you can try and do that on any of these that are white that you get, and hope to hit 4 sockets, right? So that is another thing that you can do. But that's going to be a 1 in 6 chance there, right? So, oops. We'll go to Player's 8.
Impossible.
So that is kind of your different ways to get that insight. I'm going to keep going Skelly Mastery. I would say my recommendation at this point would probably be to be jamming Corpse Explosion. But for the sake of making more of a summon focus and a corpse exploding focused character, I'm going to go more into that. Nightmare items never drop more than 4 socks. Yeah, but they can roll 4 socks, so Or they can roll more. So that's the... Keep Geralf alive. Geralf's doing well. He's hanging in there. So yeah, I think your clear speed will be slightly better. But I kind of, like I say, want to play more into the, really into the summon fantasy there. A little bit more. But we'll still be getting plenty of Corpse Explosion, so. Geralf's doing great. I mean, he was doing really well against that pillar. Good, Zambi. I think at 42 I will move forward. Well, never mind. I just remembered I found my 4-up select with Bill. So at this point, we're going to go and get our soul rune. Ooh, 1 to assassin skills. If only Necro. Go down to players 1 for the kill. Even though I spawn on players 8, that's totally fine. The main thing is just, are you killing on players 1? Dole, Ort. Not exactly desired. Like, not a bad drop overall, but not exactly what we want. Why a staff or wand at this point? Well, I have spirit.
Good day.
I thought if I spawn on P8 and kill on P1, it's still a P8 drop. No. If you spawn on P8 and kill on P1, it's a P1 drop. It'll always be the lower. So if you go away and then come back, that's what you're thinking of. If I spawn the mobs on P1, then I go away from them and then come back to them after a few seconds. Then I can get the P8 loot drops. So you're kind of mixing up some of that. The idea is they will be taking the lower of the player counts on the kill there. But if you run away and come all the way back, then it kind of forgets the player's one. And that you can't abuse. Why not poison summons? It would be so much more effective with minimum investment. Well, again, even for poison, there's a lot of investment. That's 60 points across these three. And if I just go Poison Nova without anything else, that's not very good. Plus, I also want to be getting lower resist then as well for that. Now we're up to 80 points. And now we're just a Poison Necro. I don't even have 80 points. I'm only level 42 right now. So, when you max out Poison, you actually can get summons if you'd like. Though it's not generally a good idea, especially online. I did a whole video on this because one of the problems with Poison is every time that a monster hits, every time a monster that is poison gets hit, there is X frames after that where they don't take damage. Online, it's like an additional, what, 7 or 8 frames? Offline, they don't take damage on the frame that they're getting hit. So, the poison damage just doesn't do any damage. So, online, if someone is poisoned and then mobs are getting hit in that time, you are literally, all those frames, none of the poison damage is actually going through. And even in offline, every single time that they're getting hit, that frame, they're not taking poison damage. So there's a lot of frames that you're losing. Let's go to players one. So it's pretty messy, actually. Amthol. All right, we're just finding spirit again. We are just finding a spirit again.
Yes.
There's no strongest build. There is a strongest build. It is the Mosaic Assassin. She has taken over as strongest build. Clears best of slot Novasaurus? Yes. Like I said, I modded the game, or had Warren mod the game to allow me to increase player count beyond players 8. So I could go players 15, players 30, whatever, right? The Hammerden maxed out around players 64. The Javazon struggled, but once I got her like the, you know, like a 2020 J mod and all of this stuff, could kind of get around to like players 128, but it was a struggle. The Mosaic Assassin was clearing players 2,048. So, literally 10x stronger than the other S tier characters. Albus, thank you very much for the Prime. Just too good. And Nova Sorceress, I don't even think could get to that point. She'd just get pummeled way too fast. I think she'd maybe make it to 64 at best, probably like 32.
I can't.
She's pretty good. Summon Necro is pretty noob friendly. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the big benefits of the Summon Necro, I feel like. The Summon Necro is super chill. It's hardcore friendly for people that want to play hardcore. It's going to be a lot easier there.
I can't.
It's not the fastest build that exists, but it's fun. You get to have your big army. The players one. Soul, let's go. All right, so I believe we're still a little short because we did have to cube up all of our stuff to make our spirit, which is still worth it. At this point, if you want, you can go back and farm normal Countess. Yeah, like... So we just don't have the Ral rune, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, I do. Okay, never mind. We're good. Ral tier Tal Soul. You can always double check it. Insight D2R. Ral tier Tal Soul. Ral tier Tal Soul. Level 16 meditation. Only 2 to crit strike, sadly. 203 enhanced damage. It's okay. Medium roll. I'd prefer a higher crit strike for sure. But beggars can't be choosers. We have an insight, baby. So now that we have insight, let's go ahead and move forward and get to Act 2. The crit strike's actually a really big roll that kind of gets underappreciated. Like that's a lot of the damage can be from the crit strike. Yeah, the ED is not great. Say kind of weak roll, but it's gonna get us a lot of mana and just be nice overall. Now, I do wish I could give him lifesteal. Unfortunately, we never found an IO rune, so we can't make a bulwark for him. We also didn't even get a shell rune. We can go players 8 here if we want. Move forward. It would be nice, legendary. I've made the recommendation before.
This place has the stench.
Bulwark. So any ladder only rune words also exist in single player. They just don't exist on non-ladder. That was a change that they made in D2R. Abolish ladder only. I mean, their idea is they want to encourage people to play new ladder seasons, and that's always been something. That's always been a goal in a way that they've gone about it. So, I get it. And then having it on single player kind of makes sense because, well, a lot of people play single player and then you'd have no chance at all. There's no way it comes over or whatever. See, and I think this right here really is kind of like a lot of the fun of, you know, a summon Necro. That you do get to kind of be all over. I've got guys fighting over here, I've got guys fighting here, you know, like my army's all over the place, kind of fighting everything. And I'm just kind of summoning and reviving stuff. Doing all that good. But and then if you want, you can always like tele over to kind of centralize them. Get them to focus a little bit more. Is this gonna replace the older guided playthrough? Yeah, because I only have it on LOD, I believe. Let's go.
The slow torture of caged
Level 44 is pretty good here. Which this is something that, you know, we were pretty intentional about, right?
Impossible.
Trying to get our summons to kind of jump over to us. But we were pretty intentional about, Geralf, no. Leveling up a little extra here. And now it'll pay off more because we can actually kind of survive and do stuff. So definitely, you know, on the slow playthroughs of the game, on characters like this, oh yeah, we have a lot of vitality to put in. Spend your time patiently. Farm a little extra gear. Farm those, you know, slightly extra runes. Spend time getting, it's nice, level 3. Levels, just all that stuff, and it'll make it a lot easier to progress because you're really going to enjoy this character less when you run into a group of mobs and all your skellies die. And then you're like, ah, crap, now I gotta keep going back to the cold plains just to kill things. Like,
Are there viable bamboozle curses builds?
are there viable bamboozle curses builds? Which curses are you talking about? Like confuse and attract and stuff? You could definitely do them. They're not going to be like that great, though. But you can mess around with some of the other curses. I'd say curses in general, dim vision and all these, are kind of underrated slightly. The main reason being there's just such good alternatives. Like for summons, you're using amp damage to crepify or life tap essentially, right? It just doesn't make sense to use anything else because you're gaining so much damage there, or life steal, whatever, right? Like you don't really need the other things too much. And then giving up all that added damage is just too much. Which again is a little unfortunate because there are some really nice other alternative curses. There's a cracked partisan, by the way, so if I wanted I could grab that and, you know, Ral AMP Amethyst it if I was looking for 4 sockets. Is Iron Maiden any good? Iron Maiden is good for bosses in normal. that is what Iron Maiden is good for. Outside of that, not really. More mastery. Oh my god, triple boss group. This might be a little nasty. That's pretty rough. We'll see if we can handle triple boss group on players 8 here. See, and like that's because we took the time to level and we've, you know, been pumping some mastery and stuff like that. That's now something that we can do, which is really solid. Shaw ist for classic. Waypoint. Looked like it was going to be right there. Burmal Burith. Yeah. Love it. The joys of SSF are so high. I just love SSF. Very underappreciated by many, but once you start playing single player, it really starts to stand out, I think. It's just like, oh, it's hard to beat, like, finding a sweet item in single player. I highly, highly doubt they'll ever give us an SSF ladder. They'll say, just go play single player. Which, you know, I think makes sense. Something that they've talked about prior is not wanting to split the user base. And it's already split between people who play hardcore versus softcore, people who play ladder versus non-ladder, people who play classic versus LOD. Like, it's already split enough. And so, you know, I think it goes against their idea completely. Nice legendary. Yeah. Getting that SOJ can be tough, man. Another level, 46. Love to see it. The players 8 farming is going really nicely here. Getting that single player bourbon. Oh yeah. Go down to players 1 though. Honestly, again, I do think we could probably players 3 at this point. But Andy with all her poison damage can be pretty nasty. However, if we can get a nice like mob area that we can pull everything into, and then pull Andy on top of it, corpse explosion can just completely wreck her face. So you can kind of pull her over here. Try and pull her right on top of all the stuff. And then just blow everything up around her. Our corpse explosion isn't quite big enough to hit her all the time here, but we got enough damage in. Boom. Just like that. Act 1 is done. Give yourselves a clap, everybody.
Greetings.
Nice and simple. Rare ring. Let's see what we got. 8 energy, 10 life, 11 fire res. That is nice. We'll take it over that. I don't really care that much about the FCR. Like, it's a slightly higher corpse explosion speed, but
How may I help you?
whatever. And now we can go shopping as well. Here's 59 to life on a belt. It does drop me a single set of it, but I like 59 life here. I'll go right there and there. Oops. Can I repeat what I said about modding? Oh, those are actually 1% MF higher, but it costs a lot of money. Shouldn't have done it. To increase player count. You don't have to mod it. You just type /players 1 through 8, and it will simulate higher player count in the game, meaning mob difficulty increases, but so do the number of drops they have. For all your regular mobs. So do any bosses. It'll increase your... Oh, yes. There was a mod that Warren made to that uncapped being able to increase the player count. So you could make it, players 2,000, whatever. 30 faster run walk. So nice. And it is time for a new mercenary. Let's find a Might Aura Durga.
I'll put that to good use.
Emerald Disc is a no-go for you. And Insight.
Put that to good
Don't really
use.
need that pike anymore. Kite Shield still potential. We'll still hold that. So we'll keep that there.
Good day.
Put that away, put that away, put that away. Let's get scrolls. All right. Let's go, baby. So now we have our insight, which is very helpful. We can basically infinite cast everything. And we have Might Aura for all of our guys, which is really nice. So 100% damage boost. On top of the 100% damage boost already from amp damage. So now we really are cranking the damage out. Yeah, now it's on. That is quite lovely. So we just turn into more and more of a powerful summoner here, which is really fun. And again, you can always do shift 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever to give potions to your mercenary to help keep him alive. we'll go ahead and go down to the Stony Tomb, as there's usually a lot of really good experience down here. Oops. Just need Beast and Pride now. Yep, just a casual Beast and Pride. Belt. We'll grab a Rowrun. Can Barbarians only equip by Act 5 Merce? Yes, they can. That is a change they made, so you can now equip Amazon-only stuff to a Tutor Revive under Decrepify. Not bad. Would give us the Decrepify possibility if we wanted. I'm gonna grab it. That's an option. Full revive and skill equals 40 units. Is there a max on revives? I think so, right? Maybe? Maybe not. I'm trying to remember if it maxes out at like 20 or something. Get like 1 per point though, so you can get tons of revives. So every point there is another revive, and then 15 Skelly is maxed there, and then your Skelly mages as well if you wanted. You can get a really, really big army. There's a crystal sword. 2 sockets. But, you know, if you were looking for that 4 socket, maybe. We already have ours, so it's not that big of a deal, but still fun.
I can't.
Moonlords are perfect revives. Erdars, Moonlords, Yetis. 8 to life, we'll keep that. Go fight Mr. Creeping Feature. Skill calc says max revives is 70. Holy cow. 70 revives. It's a lot of revives. Good levels there. Skelly Mastery is almost maxed. Then again, the decision kind of becomes, are we going more revives? Potentially. This build requires the maximum plus to skills. Yeah, I mean, that is your main focus in this build. Get plus to skills, get plus to skills, get plus to skills. That's where your focus should be. Nice, Luca. It's a fun one. Ah, we found one to assassin and one to sorceress skills. Where's my one to necro skills? Where is it? I wonder if I have a pride somewhere. Or a beast. Just like some random character, you know? I don't know. I've got so many characters with so much stuff all around them. I could use Atma. No, what's the item finding thing I have? Go Mule. I do have Go Mule. Let me see if I've got a beast or a pride. How did we look again? There was a place that we used to look at it. Holy Grail tracker I don't think is going to show pride though. Dang, where was that? Couldn't I use hustle on a weapon? Yeah, but I think having the plus skills and everything is still going to be better. Plus the radius is just really small for level 1 fanaticism. Won't be hitting like everything all over nearly as well. It'd be okay, but I'd rather give like hustle to a mercenary, you know, weapon there, and then, you know, then it'll spread across and be solid. But that also requires a co-rune, and well, I don't have a co-rune, so. Huh. Oh, that was it. Oh. Alright, let's see. Try. Yeah, I don't think I have a beast, I guess. No beast, no pride. You got a Burr rune as your first mid to high rune? There ain't nothing mid about Burr rune, my friend. That's a high rune.
Impossible.
First time I heard somebody call Burr rune mid.
Impossible.
Alright. Almost done with the mastery.
I can't.
Oh, you found Burr before you got any mid runes. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense.
Impossible. Impossible.
Alright, now Maggot Lair. Normally awful,
Impossible.
but thanks to Telestaff, not nearly as bad. So this is a pretty wild map layout.
Impossible.
So this is almost the main reason for the teleport staff on this character. Like, you can avoid it in most places and it's fine. But holy cow, the Maggot Lair. You just, you want to be have it for Maggot Lair. It's also really good for rounding up the troops and kind of focusing them, right? You can focus them on a boss or whatever if they're too scattered around, or if they're caught behind a wall and you can't really move too much further.
Need a key.
Like, yes, it is also very nice. In those ways. But man, that Maggot Lair,
Impossible.
especially in Nightmare in Hell, gets really rough. Poison tap, life tap, confuse. Back to P8. Because we're kind of murdering everything on P1 really fast. So, while we can take advantage of getting more damage out, might as well.
Impossible. Impossible. Impossible.
No, mercenary. Go back and get him soon. Mortality. Alright, let's go get our mercenary. What point does it come cheaper to... I mean, it's already cheaper to teleport my mercenary back to me versus reviving him in town. I just was typing and
Good day.
let him die, so... Blunder on my part. Single tele repair cost is about 2,500 gold. Or a little less. And a revival cost is 18,000 at the moment, so. Alright, Skelly Mastery is maxed. At this point, if I want more revives, I could continue with revive. I'm going to go ahead and start putting points into Corpse Explosion. And we'll start increasing there now. Now that we've got the two main pieces maxed out. Could also put a couple more points into Summon Resist if desired. Mages are just bad. Don't waste your points in them. I'm running around with these mages for memes, honestly. That's it. They're not contributing. They don't do anything. They're pointless. It'll be fun, Memora. I'll skip the poison shrine. I mean, it doesn't matter. Won't poison me. Just exist as a shrine. Mages teach you how to get frustrated about a blocked path. It's true. No turnaround there. So probably straight across. Seems most likely. Poor mages. I mean, it really sucks. I wish they were good. I really do. Midora helps a lot. Yeah, I mean, Midora is really sweet. It's literally 100% more damage there. Like, Knight Aura mix. Massive. See Arcadius, thank you. Crossbow. Maggot lair, you just teleport past. That's it.
I was beginning to enjoy the darkness.
You cannot change player account online.
An honor to serve you.
That is a no-go. So, player count online is just players in the game. That's how you change it. You get people to come join your game.
Good day.
Wish you could stack curses. Stacking curses is probably too good, you know? Amp damage and decrepify and life tap. It's just... It's too much. What rune is that? Dull rune. I'd like to pretend like it isn't, but it is. Haven't been here for a while. How's Lum RPG progressing? Good. We're, you know, grinding a lot in. I've got to do some more dungeon design. There's a lot of dungeons that I'm trying to work on, and just all the interiors, all the houses, all the shops, all the stores, all that. Really annoying. We have, I believe, Acts 1, 2, and 3, all the quests done. And maybe Act 4, actually. Yeah, I think Act 4 quest just got finished. So that's good. Just, you know, continuing to work on all the different pieces.
This is fantastic. I
More
wish I
corpse
had time to
explosion.
study this bizarre dimension.
Korun! Wow! Hustle viable now? Oh boy. No, Hustle would have to go to the Mercenary. We'd drop Insight. Like, Insight is nice, but if I could give Fanaticism as well to everybody, that's too good. I can't. Oh no, my Mercenary. I can't pass that up. It's too good. Okay, not first way. So Hustle is Shale co-eld. I don't have the Shale yet. But level 1 Fanaticism Aura. Obviously IES and ED. Also nice. The Burst of Speed is nice. I'd love 65 fast run walk on my character, plus 10 all res and 6 evade. Like, this is also nice. But getting fanaticism for the mercenary to give to summons, even if it's just summons nearby to him, that's pretty good. Why not just make it into an iron golem? Because when that golem dies, then I'm too sad. So we have Eld, we just need a Shale, which would require 3 souls, which I don't have, so unfortunate. How much is level 1 Fanaticism, though? Fanaticism, D2R. So it is 7.3 yards, which again isn't very big, but it's like this big of a radius, which there will be mobs nearby him that often. 14% attack speed, attack 40%, and then party/player damage, 25% increased damage there. It's pretty nice. So I mean, it's solid, Yeah, you won't be upping the aura on the item, so it's just going to be a level 1 fanaticism. Alright, let's go to the canyon. To the moon. So sad because the insight is really nice as well. Like, obviously decent damage. The damage will be pretty similar, but now, Hustle goes in non-magic weapons or body armor with 3 sockets. So we can just look for any weapon, pole arm, or spear would work. You could also technically give it to like an Act 3 mercenary if you wanted, and then like a static mercenary from Act 3. Be interesting. But I lose the Might Aura, which is 100% damage, which is not worth it. So, I'm just saying it'd be interesting in that regard, but not. Yeah, or an Act 5 mercenary could use exactly, but not worth losing. Might's too strong. Act 5 has Tonto. But still, the damage. Can't sack all that damage, man. Just can't do it. And the radius on an Act 3 would be probably too small where he'd be too far away.
Impossible. Impossible.
3-socket death mask, really nice, because we can make bulwark or something in that, which would be good for our mercenary if we ever get an IO rune. Blow everything up.
Impossible. Impossible.
More corpse explosion. Fire res is nice. Players 1.
Impossible.
Let's go fight Duriel. Probably should have rezzed a couple more dudes. Hey, if you guys want to attack Duriel, that would also be cool. They were just like, yeah, sitting there chilling, checking out, assessing the situation. Cold Mage actually kind of nice here. Is this build ultra hardcore viable? I'd say yeah. Belt, it is ethereal sadly. Otherwise, Night Smoke's nice with the 10 all res, 20 mana. Can use it as a temp and swap back.
Destruction is let loose upon the world once more.
Hello.
Okay, let's repair. 67 to life. Higher than 59.
Hello.
And Booyakasha.
Greetings.
Just like that. Give yourselves the clap.
Greetings.
Yeah. A nice clap. Thanks, Space Whale. Ultra Hardcore has a no summon rule. I think there's no possible way for the Necro to do it without summons, though. It's kind of a tricky situation. So we'll keep our eyes peeled. A Lochaber Axe is 3 sockets maximum. So that could be a hustle weapon. I don't think me getting rid of my spirit would be better to make a hustle weapon for me to carry. I think the +2 skills is too valuable.
Impossible.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh. Huh. Thought I saw that over there. That was weird. I'm blind. Fushinas and War Spear, or no, yeah, just the War Spear. Fushina can get 4. So War Spear is also 3 sockets max. So look for a white War Spear or Lochaber Axe, or just any socketeds we'll look for that are exceptional bases. I mean, that's not confusing. I just looked and read the tile completely wrong. I saw the torch and thought it was on the right side, even though it was on the left side. I don't know how I mistook that, but there you go. We got a Barrel Mace Iron Golem now. For all the Iron Golem lovers. Hyperion Spear. What are the requirements on that though? Actually, probably not too bad. But I doubt I'll be finding that anywhere at this point, so. Watch your Kindle Run videos and one part 2 you made. I really like the classic game. Yeah, it's really nice.
I can't.
Top plus to all skills is 29. For like plus summon, you mean? I considered evolving into Mr. Llama Hardcore. It's a debate. Could be a fun one, Enemy Moon.
Impossible.
Plus he has his little thorns as well, which is fun. Yeah, Iron Golem gets the damage, the defense, and then like the affixes of an item. So if you have a big, heavy, you know, like a big armor, 1,000 defense or whatever, 2,000 defense stone, he will get the additional 2,000 defense there. If you have a weapon, he'll get the added damage that the weapon has, so you can make him really, you know, hit really hard with a big damage weapon. Dang, Zabub, come on, bro. And then if you make it out of something like, you know, hustle, then he'll get the fanaticism and all that, right? So It can actually be sweet. From Mexico. Thanks for watching. Welcome on over. It gets the crushing blow if you make it from black. Yes. So the idea is really nice. The problem is when it dies, you just lose it, right? You can't just like resummon. Which I think would be a cool idea. Like, what if you could resummon it, so then you make it out of a beast or a pride or whatever, and then whenever it dies, you resummon it. Or if you die, right, then you can, like, continue to have it, and it's not like it's a complete waste. It should get the 50% ED from Eth, I believe. It does not get the bonus from two-handers, though, I think. If there's like one-hand, two-hand damage, I think it still just uses the one-handed damage. Actually, I don't want to go back in there. Now, Insight generally is what a lot of people make the Iron Golem out of, because that's pretty cheap. If you lose that, like, oh no, I lost Raltier Tal Soul, you know.
Impossible. Impossible.
When you best make from Faith. If you want to risk losing Faith, sure. Me, I don't want to risk that. You've made maybe 30 to 40 insights on the way to 99 summon Necro. Yeah. 99 summon Necro. That's a journey. That is a journey. It does stay when you save and quit. Also, it has to be made out of a metal item, just as a reminder. Can you give him Templars? I mean, yeah. Corpse explosion. And again, just big corpse explosion here is really nice. because we're just trying to grow that radius
Impossible.
for all the corpse explosions. See, and down goes our iron golem. Make a new one out of the random poleaxe. I use some random barrel mace on the ground. I'm just making it out of garbage on the ground right now. The idea is really fun, but again, without being able to persist through having it, where if it dies, like, or I die, I can resummon it and it still is what it was. Just way too brutal. Just found Oculus. Nice. Ethid's fine because you're not using any of the durability on the sorceress, so that's great.
Impossible. Impossible.
I think a grade method or mechanic would be cool. You lose after many deaths. It would definitely improve it still, knowing I got like 10 deaths of the Iron Golem for my pride or whatever. Oculus the curse I'll never use again. On hardcore, no. Softcore,
Impossible.
for sure. My Paladin's first of Heavens. I play classic gamer. You recommend hybrid faux hammer? No, I wouldn't go faux hammer. I'd say if you're gonna hybrid it, you go with smite. Otherwise, just go Fist of Heavens
Impossible.
straight.
I can't.
What do D2 streamers do with all the characters they create? Delete? Yeah, I've deleted thousands and thousands of characters. Some are just like level 1, whatever, that I just started and didn't get the right map. Some are characters that I've played through and beaten the game with, and they're level 61, 67, whatever. I generally keep the characters that I get to like 75 plus. Not always, but... And then sometimes I convert them into like characters that I'll level up into the 90s later on. It kind of is, just depends, you know. It's like, maybe I end up wanting to bring my summon Necro into my Grail, like mix. Eth Warfork. Get up to 5 sockets. We could roll it. Ral, Am, P Amethyst, and pray for 3. We've got spare Rals and Ams. All right, you go there, and Amrun and Ralrun. Hey, we did it! Okay, so we need a shale rune. I'll actually keep these for later. Need a shale rune. Any news on that? No news. No news at all. Kill the rat man. Summon skiller. Dang. 6 max, 46 AR, 21 lifer. Wrong character, man.
This is a powerful weapon. Perhaps Ormus can tell me more.
That's annoying. Trash. Yeah, give that to any of my physical characters. Especially like a Boazon or something. Oof. So nice. Dang. Is that a good charm? That's a great charm for the current state of where we're at. So obviously, like, eventually you want to get, you know, 10 max, 76 AR, 45 lifer, whatever you can of that sort of capacity. But this is required level 23. Like, at level 23, that's probably the max you're going to get on a lot of that almost. Now for the shell rune, there's a couple of things we can do also for bases. Number one, like we talked about before, you can run around here. And you can get some bases out here. Just popping literally everything in the lower cross on players 8. I popped the chest, I popped the chest. I popped the skeleton and the stash and the log and right, like, this is a great place to find all the various bases that you could want. Additionally, there's weapon racks, there's armor racks. You'll get charms, jewels, gems, tons of white items. $10 max, 76 arrows required level 21. What? I didn't know you could get a 10 maxer this early. That's crazy. But the 21 life, I guess, made it a little higher, yeah. Thanks, Jacob. So anyways, you just run around, pop all these things. And you get lots of goodies. Then you can just save quit. And do it again over and over again as many times as you want to farm up all sorts of things. Honestly, this would probably be a pretty good place to get shell rune as well. Like, you do find runes here pretty often. And we could also maybe get the Io rune, blah, 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 blah.
Impossible.
Okay. We do need to do the Flare Dungeons. Let's go ahead and head back. I'll make a full plate mail golem. Got a little extra defense on him. Another boss in here. Nightmare LK runs worth? Yeah, they are. You can get like Lem runes and Co runes and Ios and Shales and Souls and all that stuff in there. Like, there really is a lot of nice benefit to them. Definitely recommended. Lemma's max nightmare. Yeah. 1 to barb skills now. Literally everything but the necro skills, man. Killing me. Oops.
Good day.
And we'll just drop those actually. Nightmare LK is also fantastic for playing skillers. Probably the best place to find skillers in the entire game. Because the first place you'll start getting skillers is going to be the Great Marsh, basically. The exception of, like, you know, some like bosses and stuff. And so in the LK, you have a better chance of getting them. Because once you get to like the really high, then there's more stuff to choose from, right? More mods, as you get skillers less often. So I want to say like 1 in 11, 1 in 12 Grand Charms that you drop around the Nightmare LK will be a skiller.
I can't.
Ooh, field plate. I smell a new iron golem.
Impossible.
Whereas like a hell LK will be like 1 in 20 or something.
I can't. I can't.
Wasn't there supposed to be a major D2R announcement? Physical damage reduced. We have a rock flace iron golem now.
Yes.
Greetings. How you doing, Jess? Don't know if Poison Necro can kill Ubers. I want to say he can, but it is a little tough. Will require some gear and such.
Impossible. I can't.
Okay. Level 55. Again, crushing it on levels here. Always solid. Huh. Well, that is interesting. I guess it was going to be down and left over there. Kane isn't free. If you don't save him, he's not free. He charges you.
Move.
Dre lives, thank you. Welcome back for 8 months. Go down to players 1 for Trav. Not enough of my stuff can actually hit here. Let's just go forward.
I can't.
We're gonna get some Trav members of our own. No, our golem! Come on, Iron Golem, stay alive, buddy.
The temple's dark power is broken. Impossible.
Oh yeah, we didn't do sewers yet, that's right. Thanks, Mosquito.
Impossible.
It's all good. It's right here. Needs potions on Iron Golem? No. You can only drop potions on your Merce. Unfortunately. All res 7. Yeah, I kind of like that more. Hate the sewers more. It's not too bad once you know chest relation. It's only when you get an inside sewers that it really gets annoying. At least in my opinion. Okay, there we are. Dolls, vampires. If you are looking to farm, again, Mephisto, great place to farm, especially in Nightmare. Lots of sweet drops. 100% go and pick up the waypoint. And farm to your heart's content. And like we talked about in the Amazon guided playthrough, you can get the waypoint right next to Diablo, or Mephisto, Diablo, by resetting over and over until you get the map where it's just an immediate left turn. And that can be super nice. Unfortunately, we don't have that here, so we will have to go back and go more of a long way around. Yeah, we got our spirit back on. So like this is a pretty long map. I would definitely, if I wanted to farm Mephisto, be resetting this. Make sure players won. I'm gonna go heal really fast. Is this my first guided playthrough? Yep.
Good day.
First one ever. When is Llama RPG coming out? I mean, goal is still end of the year. Iron Golem, no! Well, he did his best. And that's what matters. That was a crazy one, Gordon. All right.
I am overburdened.
Nice and easy. We'll make a crown shield. Golem with lots of res. Wow. Look at that. Holy goodness gracious. 172 ED Maul.
What do you need?
Alright, we're gonna have a Maul Golem instead.
What do you need?
Also, he's ethereal. Yep. So he looks super sweet too. Should have upped it first. True. Dude's gotta hit like a truck now. I want to see him just like go off by himself and fight a guy, you know?
I can't. Impossible.
That crown shield would have also been decent because that had a lot of res. But, oh well.
I can't.
Yeah. The more I look with Llama RPG, the more, you know, like, I am aiming for end of the year. It's maybe a little optimistic. There's a lot of things, but I think we can at least have like a base game playthrough version of it ready by then, you know? Like, that's kind of my thought. And then, like, I'll add, you know, more features as it goes. But we should be able to have, like, you're a llama, you go through all 9 acts. Iron Golem, don't you dare die. You can play the main story. We have those quests. We have all that. I've got all the zones made. except the one Act 10 zone. That'll be like a extra zone I'll do later. Ouch. And then I'm trying to think what else, like I think most of the main stuff with it. And then it'll have your basic, you know, like items and skills and basic crafting and all of that. Professions may have to be a later piece. Sadly, that may just take a little extra work. There's gonna be a lot of balancing and stuff. Some of the like hats may be a later piece. And these are things I really, you know, want to have in the game and think will be fantastic, but I just gotta... They're not necessary for the game.
Impossible
to play. Right. Burning Souls, Dolls, Death Lords. Probably the three. How many professions am I shooting for? Let's see. I believe I will have cooking, mining, spellbinding, gathering, fishing, baiting, druid skills now. Seriously, literally everything except no, baiting. They will bait the lines for the fishermen. Maybe that could be a subset of the fishing.
Zod item, make iron golem, get indestructible mob.
That's smart. Souls are nasty, yeah. Can you master the crafts? Yes. You can be a master crafter, a craftsman, a master fisherman. There will be kind of like different ranks through within. Master fish baiter. A master chef. No, the Iron Golem! Oh man. No banker, dancer, or cartographer currently.
Impossible.
Why does it hurt to lose an Iron Golem? It doesn't matter. Well, I made him out of...
Impossible.
Oh, is it rock fleece? Oh, yeah, no, wait. That was the club with the 172 ED. Rip. No, they... Yeah. I've got a honk helm there.
Impossible.
What's the best class to play solo? I mean, it depends what experience you're going for. I love the Barb playthrough, but he's not going to be fast, so he will not be your fast playthrough. We just did the Javazon guided playthrough. That was pretty dope. We were flying there.
I need mana. I can't.
Go players 8 for this spawn. My Iron Golem died already again? Milabrega's orb. Iron Golem. Yeah, it can be rough. I'll go ahead and stick on the higher player count, actually. I tried your Blaze Source build and I realized how bad I am compared to you. It's, you know, it can be tough. Alright, go, Scepter.
Impossible.
Don't feel too bad. I play this game a lot. Like a lot.
Impossible. Impossible.
Let's go down to players 3 on this group.
Impossible.
Whew. All right, let's go for Diablo. Now, unfortunately, oh no, I stayed on players 3 for Diablo. Oopsies. Diablo is gonna be kind of rough,
Greetings.
especially on players 3. So let's go get some Erdars.
Impossible. I can't. Impossible.
Zombies. Erdars with their champions.
Impossible.
Non-champion Erdars.
Impossible.
Perfect. Erdars in action. Again. Try and spawn them on players 1.
I can't.
Don't be silly like me. Okay. Now with all these Erdars, we've got some crush and blow. Goodbye, mercenary. Should help a little bit. Good lord, Diablo, chill. Yeah, you definitely want to be players. Definitely want to be a higher players count, or lower players count. Players 1 here. Because he'd be dead now. It's okay, we'll get our clay golem going in now. Can't skip the hard fight. Come on. The Erdars are doing great. You can find them in your Durns of Hate. You can find them in any of those Taurasha tombs. You can find them in the River of Flame. So those are kind of the 3 like places I'm always going and searching. Harem has them as well. Goodbye, final Erdar. You did your best. Now he will focus the golem, so you can actually set the golem off to the side away from your skellies to kind of help prevent something like lightning and stuff going at your skeletons. The TP's nearby, he has it. I don't know why though, always.
No. Spellcorrect does not like the word cedar. I mean under. Dang it, I'm typing Erdar.
Oops. Let's make a beast rock. And we got Twitch throw, which we can give to our mercenary.
I'll put that to be.
Thank you, Sinister.
What do you need?
Doesn't like the word under. Interesting.
What do you need?
Tough fight. Let's go ahead and go back to the river.
I can't. Impossible.
And go to our forge.
Impossible.
Looking for Shale or Io. Both of those sound good. See what we get. Okay. Lem is also fine. That gets a treachery for our mercenary. And or us, if we want to wear it. Okay, let's drop a couple Nefs. Drop a couple Eths and L. Some of the gems we don't need. Another Nef rune. Fire resist 6%. Yes, please. Perfect. And more points. Corpse explosion. And let's get going. Congratulations. Act 4 completed. Well done. We have no news about the latest D2R announcement. We do have news about Llama RPG, though. It's coming along nicely. By no news to mean a dude in Discord says with 100% confidence Act 4 completion, then yes. Well, there you go. Oh no, Berthimus. Dudes in Discord are always right. It's true. It says he is 100% confident. Wow. I would love to get some betting odds on that. Source, trust me, bro. Fireball, firebolt, challenge only. I mean, I've done that. Pretty solid. Same dude that says this is the Cowboys' year. Okay, this is the Cowboys' year, though. Let's not pretend it's not. Now, in Nightmare, this is actually even better farm, the Eldritch Pindle setup. And I'll kind of show that a little bit more once we get Anya saved.
Impossible.
So it sounds like he wasn't 100% sure.
I can't.
Rare ring. 25 fire res is nice. Pretty much all it's got, though. Unfortunate.
Impossible. Impossible.
Level 1 attract, interesting for corpse explosion. I Amp damage is just 100% extra damage, and then Corpse Explosion has physical damage, so it's just worth way too much. Let's go, Tongue.
I can't. Impossible.
That's a lot of dudes. Corpse Explosion has fire, 50% fire, 50% physical.
Impossible.
Annoying. It's been happening a lot with the restream servers, where it just isn't letting me stream both Twitch and YouTube without crashing. No, it's not any of our internet connections. It's the restream servers are just bad. Happens way too often.
I can't.
Thanks, guys.
I can't.
I tried to get Stream Elements live or whatever, working multi-stream, but it wouldn't like open. I don't know if it's wanting me to like delete OBS first and then do it. Uncertain. One to Necro skills. Heyo. I like that. Oh, I don't have a mercenary. Man, am I on players 8 too?
How may I be of help?
Yeah, those guys' revives are pretty fun too. Ooh. Okay.
I can't. I can't.
See if we can get the waypoint. So we can go level a couple times. Though these are some fun revives to take to Ancients, but maybe we'll get Erdar's Forge or something. Oops.
Hello.
Impossible.
More vitality.
I can't. I can't. Impossible.
The winged bats, you like those ones? Interesting. Or the witches. Okay. If we get souls down here, we can always reset it if they're too dangerous. Or we can play through with it. Either way is fine.
I can't. Impossible. I can't.
You always want more melee. The range ain't worth it here.
I can't.
Sadly. Alright, let's save Anya. Get 10 all res. And we now gave ourselves a spot for revives.
Good evening.
So we can always come here and revive and get skellies.
Scent of
And then go fight Kindle and then go on from there. So,
I can't.
if you are wanting to do consistent farming with it, we can come in here. We can go players 8.
Good morning.
Come outside.
The familiar scent of death.
Dive in. Chill out here. Then continue over to the Frigid Highlands. And fight Eldritch at players 8 as well. And this is a really nice rotation. There's a lot of experience. So you can do this 1 time, 10 times, 50 times. Chance for Frost Nova is nice. All day. Just depends how much experience you want to get. and what level you want to be. And doing this before Ancients can also be really nice, as Ancients will give you that guaranteed level there. Thank you, Rice. I don't know why cheers are broken. They've been broken for like 4 or 5 days now for some reason. Yeah, let me hold off on more kids for a second. Saigon's is also not bad, because it is 1 to all skills, but we just got 1 to all skills, so we're good.
The familiar scent of death.
Mages just don't do any damage. They just block, get in the way, and suck. Plain and simple. Alright, so this will take us to 60. You can very easily go up to like 70 here if you want. Mid to high 60s. That also works out, so just know you do have options there. Ooh, that's nice. Ish.
Afternoon.
And we will head over to the Ancients. Oh no, I should have made an iron golem out of it. Go down to players 1.
The resting place of the ancients.
Good afternoon.
I'll get a clay golem. And let's go look for Erdars. No, no, yes. Perfect.
Impossible.
Now you don't need Erdars for Ancients, but they can be nice to have. Make sure to not set another TP. Make sure you're on players 1. Really, Stone Skin's all that you need to worry about. So long as it's not Stone Skin, you should be okay. Even Cursed isn't like end of the world for us. Make sure to try to keep your mercenary alive. Nice and easy. Erdars have Crushing Blow. So that's why I like using them.
I can't.
And why they can just be really nice for
Impossible.
right there, you know. Shaco. We'll go down here. Continue vitality. There's level 2. The waypoint isn't 100% necessary, but can be nice. This character actually can do like
Impossible.
some bailing. So that can just be a fun thing to do if you want to level there instead. First Super Ancients fight, you forgot to go from P1 to P8. Been there, done that. Okay, this is 100% not going to be the waypoint, so we'll go back and go get the waypoint. Now. Yeah, I remember I was fighting Lilith and I was like, why is Lilith so hard? The stream had crashed, yeah. Like, not now, but it did like 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. The, whatever you call it. Restream.io servers went down again. They've been going down a lot lately, so kind of making streaming on Twitch and YouTube a little bit difficult. Because whenever it crashes both sides. So I may have to find another solution. Try and really spend some time to get Stream Elements Live working. Perfect. One player's 8 right now. You can see how it does for wave 1. A little slower than I like, but not horrible. Maybe try players 5 for wave 2, see how that goes. Too much bandwidth to manually multi-stream with OBS. Just run 2 instances of OBS. I mean, it might be because I also have Mr. Llama VOD running 24/7. That would be 3 streams that I'm running. That may end up being a little bit too much bandwidth. Oh, that's fantastic, Titanic. Heck yeah. If I could get a +3 raised skeleton, 2 open socket necro head, I'd be rhyming all day. I'd be like, Lord of Destruction, Lord of Corruption, Lord of the Hating People. You know. OBS has a much stream plugin, you don't need instances. See, I thought the Stream Elements Live OBS plugin was the thing, but I couldn't get it to work. I'm gonna have to like look further into it.
Impossible.
Figure out why it wasn't working. Demonite boots. Let's go ahead and go down to players 1 for the final wave. 30 fast run walk, but we get half freeze duration as well. A little extra stamina. Wave 5 can be pretty brutal, especially when they spawn fanaticism. All right. And players 1 for Mr. Baal. If we want, we could go back and get more Erdars. We can see how it's going. I don't believe that is the case.
My brothers will not have died in vain.
I think we're fine without, but honestly, it's kind of fun to go get a bunch of Erdars for it. So let's go to the river again. Take me to the river. Because we know that they're right there. Well, the problem is if I telestomp, I lose 2 Erdars. Still may be worth it. Swing, baby, swing! That is such a fun animation. That was 3 Erdars, excuse me. Stop telling, Baal. Let my Erdars do their swinging in pace.
My brothers will not have died in vain.
No, my mercenary. Get him. And just like that, congratulations. Nightmare. All done. How easy was that? We are level 62. Enough strength to where our spirit and dexterity, because it's in a longsword, everything else into vitality. We are maxed across here. A little bit down into, you know, these. 3 points into revive, 1 into the rest. And then letting our plus to skills do the rest. And now we are maxing out corpse explosion. And of course we have 1 point in amp damage. Crushing it. Straight up, just crushing it right there. Gear-wise, we have Spirit, +2 to all skills. Lore, +1 to all skills. A random, +1 to all skills head that we found. I mean, we're really just aiming for the plus skills here. 10 auras, 15 MF. Ammi, not bad. Stealth still. Some magic fine gloves that I picked up just so we can maybe get a Shaco or something. A Nagel ring that we found, also more magic find. Chance for Frost Nova, not much else. 7 all res there, and then Rite of Passage, 30 fast run walk. Half freeze duration. And then good old Telly staff. And that's it. Nothing too crazy. You can always do a little bit more farming. Nightmare Mephisto could be a great place to do some of the farm. Run Seasonburger. But that is that. We've got a Lemrune ready for Treachery for a Mercenary. We've got a Warfork ready for Hustle for a Mercenary. So we just need some Shale Runes. So honestly, let's, you know, I'll say bye to most of YouTube right here. But let's go ahead and do a couple towers and see if we can snag some Shale Runes. We're just going to kind of teleport to the end of the tower. Stick on P1. Because if we could get a Tau Rune or 2, that would be really nice. Or, I mean a Shale Rune, not Tau Rune. Over here. Shale! Alright. And Tau, just like we talked about. That's our first shale. We want 2 shales, because we also want Treachery. So we'll go one more time here. Paid actress, Countess. We'll grab a couple summons. Just need one more shell rune. I will be sad losing the insight. Soul Thol. It's close. Soul is a third of a shale. She sells seashells down by the seashell. Unique new shale. Unique new shale. The beauty also of treachery is we can always steal it over from our mercenary just to get the fade proc whenever we want before dangerous situations. Amral. Okay, it's like kind of on the way. Alright, let's take a look at our stash.
Where can I take you?
And see what all we need. I mean, I do like that. That's fine. That's fine. I guess I'll sell those for gold, actually. Thol, and a chip topaz. Let's start there. Gets us an am. Is that my last am? It is. So 3 ams, though, would make a soul. Which is soul. I don't have a chip sapphire. I dropped it stupidly. Okay, that's unfortunate. Let's sell these things. Let's cube up some perfects. Thank you, Temsky. Skulls can go. Perfect diamond. You can always do one of each perfect gem. So if I get a emerald and an amethyst right here, perfect, then I could put all 6 of these with an amulet together and make a prismatic amulet, which will get us even more resistance in this. What, 15 to 20 all res? So that's pretty nice. And
Good to see you.
so I may end up doing that at a later point. Oops, there. I like how you automatically know where the runes take you. Well, you just gotta know where the runes will take you. Yeah, I had a chip sapphire and I got rid of it. Or I need a chipped amethyst. I need a chipped amethyst to make 3 ams into a soul and a chipped sapphire to make 3 souls into a shale. So I'm missing both of those. Okay, let's just find one more shale and call it good. That is not a shale. Oh, never lucky, huh? Oh, only 3 TPs left. Never ever. Such is life, though.
I can't.
It's like a 1 in 10 chance. Yeah, something around there for a shell run. Is 19 the optimal level for 20 telesap? 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. It's all fine. Even possibly 18, I think. Tier Ort Ith. Wow, a superior Luchber axe. So this would get 3 sockets. Let me actually take a look at the combo there. Because we did roll this. 24 to 60 or 9 to 87. I mean, it's pretty similar. This would cost a socket quest, though. I think it's fine enough as is.
Good day.
I need a key.
Fine enough as it is. Is the hammer holy damage? What? Blessed hammer? Magic damage. Not holy. Holy bolt is magic damage that is holy. Which is how holy bolt can still damage undeads even though they're immune to magic. Hey. Which build do I prefer for a paladin when it comes to leveling? Yeah, I've got my like fastest leveling Icy Veins. Generally, Holy Fire into hammers is the one I would recommend. I like playing Holy Bolt into hammers, but it's not as easy because through a lot of Act 2, you literally can't kill anything with the Holy Bolts. So that ends up kind of being a negative for it. Tal S. Wow, we do have Bill though. Set Bill is a really nice bill. $40 IAS, 200 ED, 330 attack rating. Dang. Quennin's Golem. Our golem gonna be like whack, 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 whack. If I'm not making insight or like hustle or something, that is one of my favorite items to give to the mercenary. It's just so much damage. And IAS and attack. It's just like really nice.
Impossible.
One more shell. One more shell. Hammer in.
I can't.
Unfortunate. 2 hours later. That's how it goes, you know. That is meditation aura I have that my mercenary is giving me from insight. So it's restoring my mana. Am. Jesus. boy. So there's Am, which does make soul, which does make shale. So honestly, I just need a chipped amethyst and a chipped sapphire at this point. But I'm not sure if it's faster to actually try and go get a chipped amethyst and sapphire or to just get a shale. You know? Like, to keep doing here. Because if I want to go get the 2 chips, my best bet is just go around like the catacombs in normal. And just pop everything. And we should get them pretty quickly. But also here, like, it's like a 1 in 10, 1 in 11 chance, you know? So it's not that hard to get here.
Impossible.
Either decision feels good to me. I don't think there's a right answer. We're so close to the shale, man. Now, I guess the biggest thing is I have a chance of dropping Io Rune, which is really nice here.
Impossible.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to get a lot here. All right, let's just go repair really fast. But, you know, we'll pick up some runes and things.
Impossible.
Yeah, when I want the Amrune, we don't get the Amrunes, right? Now, I don't care about the Amrune, and we've dropped like 7 Amrunes. That's just how it goes. Court tier. Alum would be good, but ooh, 21 fire is nice. But we probably won't drop Alum. That's not in her table. Technically, just in her monster drops, though, we could, so it's possible. It is possible. But Io Rune is the highest that she drops. It's only like a 4% chance. Soul Rune. Alright, we're going to normal. Time for normal strats. Players 8. Run around. Pop every single one of these things that you can.
Impossible.
Need chipped sapphire and chipped amethyst. I lost faith in the Countess.
I need a key.
Did I stop one run short? Probably. Come on. Well, this is normal, so whenever you go back normal to Nightmare and whatnot, you reset the maps. Man, where's all the caskets? Chipped skull. Not quite. Okay. Come on. A little unlucky. What the heck? That's really wild, only getting a single chip so far.
Impossible. Impossible.
You generally get multiple chips, like 3-4 chips per kata session, easily.
I can't. I can't.
Sure.
I can't.
Unlucky. Go, Bill, go. Come on, Bill. Chip skull.
I can't.
Chip sapphire. All right. We got one. Just need the chipped amethyst, I think, right? Soul. I have 2 souls, yeah, so I need 1. Berserkers. Man, it's better than Berserkers. Chipped amethyst. Cows also does drop a lot of chips. This is true. There's 8 cows. Chip diamond.
Impossible. I need a kill. I can't.
Seriously, not enough chest and caskets here. Chipped ruby. Another chipped
Impossible.
ruby.
I can't. Impossible. Impossible. It's locked. Impossible.
So that's what I'm saying is like, that's more like it, you know, getting 3, 4, 5 chips easily. Now, it's never the chip that you actually need, but okay, that's all worthless.
Impossible.
Chipped sapphire again. Chipped topaz. Where is... Chipped topaz. At least chips are dropping. We're so close. Chip skull. Hey.
It's locked.
Ship.
Impossible.
Mr. Chipped Amethyst. Will you please come out?
I can't.
Shipped Topaz. The joys of Diablo 2.
I need a key.
Whenever you need something in particular, right? Probably would have gotten 5 shell from Countess by now. Probably. I mean, look at how many chips I've gotten. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Plus a couple I didn't pick up. So like 10 chips.
Impossible.
You know, I mean, the odds should say we would have gotten an amethyst by now.
I can't.
We've gotten everything but an amethyst and a emerald. Maybe. Actually, one more. No, that's it. Yep. So. What you gonna do? 2 skulls, 3 topaz, 2 rubies. Fast reset Stony. Well, that a gem shrine's gonna just be a random chance of one of the gems. So it's actually kind of hard to get gem shrines.
I am overburdened.
9 life. Not bad. Chipped diamond.
Impossible. It's locked. Impossible.
Yeah, like at this point, we got the sapphire fast. But at this point, Countess probably would have been better, but who knows? The Countess still could have not dropped us a shale, you know, like it's... You don't know until you don't know.
I can't.
So your hindsight's always 20/20 on it, but the odds... It's RNG in both places, that's the problem.
Impossible.
Chipped emerald. It's official. Chipped amethyst is the last chipped gem for us to find.
I can't.
It is official.
I can't.
That's unfortunate.
Impossible. I can't. I can't.
Hey, heavy booties. Chipped skull.
Can't carry it.
Jeez, man. Love the relatable content. Yep.
I need a key.
Happy to create it for you. Yeah, you'll get more flawed and stuff in the arcane. Now, you can also go to
I can't.
just popping all the gold chests in the tombs. That can be alright. Woo! Snack plate, snack plate. Let's go.
Did you see this?
One candy corn. Thank you. Yes, please.
You? Oh, okay. Well, let me sit down for a bit, please.
Okay.
I'm asking first. Unless you ordered out the seat.
Potentially. Come on, chipped amethyst. About to go see if I have one of my shared stash. Just gift one to myself from another character and call it good.
I can't.
Say, you got the idea. Spirit is broken. It's pretty good. Chip topaz. Oh my god.
Impossible. I can't.
Of course I said thankfully. Oh, it's sick. Don't you dare die, Bill Golem. Ta-da! And we found it. Just like that. Nice and easy. So now we can go am. Plus chipped amethyst, soul. And we have a shell rune. Beautiful. That's Shell Rune 1. Shell Rune 2. Treachery is Shale, Thol. Where's our Lem at? Lem? And Hustle is Shale Co Eld. So Shale, Thol, Lem. Make a Treachery right there. Chance for Venom and Fade, both of which are amazing. And then 45 IES on top of some other stats. Just a godly armor. So good for the mercenary. And Shale Co Eld makes a Hustle, which has, of course, the burst of speed, but Fanaticism Aura, so great as well.
I'll put that to good use.
And we will lose the insight, sadly, but I think it's worth it for the Fanaticism.